microphone plugged in. Very long till we get started, folks. At least for the little chime when it does its thing. So it won't be very long, folks. Just getting myself comfortable, drink ready, that sort of stuff. Putting up some of my notes on my phone. Reading about a few like colonies, fleet setup, that sort of stuff. Cool. That'll probably. That's fine. Lastly, I'm just gonna pull up my so that I can have monitor. There we are. I think that'll do. The last thing I need to pull up is my redemption stuff. Just in case anyone decides to rename any of my spaceships to something stupid. Right, where were we? I'm getting mod compatibility warning. That's just because I've added 2 additional mods. Captain's Log, which is like a quality of life thing. It'll keep useful records of where I see things. Intel that I collect and stuff like that. It's just generally quite useful. Doesn't really change the game at all. And also I've added dynamic tariffs. The reason I'm doing that, with some tweaks for myself, of course, is so that the more a faction likes you, the less they're going to charge you for things. Now I've tripled the price of most spaceships, so this kind of helps counteract that a little, not a huge amount. At best, I think I've got it taking the tariff to 10%. So at perfect liking, rather than being 30% tax, it'll only be 10%. But that's on top of the triple costs, of course. So still going to be quite a large price increase. Okay, so the general premise of this fleet, and I'll just try and remind myself, was... Oh, I've actually got 5 officers already. That's good. Let me just click into them, see if anyone needs a level up. They do not. Do I have any story points available? Got 5 story points. So I might possibly consider making some of these elite. Like, impact mitigation is very interesting as an elite skill for the damage reduction that goes with it. Energy weapon mastery is also quite interesting. Cool, so that's all good. We've got a brawler, we've got lasher, we've got a shepherd, wayfarer, wolf. Let's move these around a little. So good combat ships go right here, worse ones follow. Then we've got like some non-combat ships over here, like the mud skipper, the ram, this hound, which I have reclassified as a non-combat freighter because it's slow, it's got degraded engines and degraded life support, basically just using that for its shielded cargo holds. And we've got this civilian transport. We do have some marines. Okay, cool. So my general objectives, if I remember correctly, was to try and buddy up with the Persian League. There weren't any bounties available to help them in a practical way yet, so we're kind of waiting for something like that to turn up. There is a pirate base out here which they have a bounty on, but we probably can't take it on. It's going to have a space station around it, and our fleet is small. So we want to earn a bit more cash, build up our fleet size a little. I want to get at least another destroyer, like probably either a hammerhead or a sunder. Get some more omens, tempests, maybe some phase ships. Work them into the mix. Yeah, basically do that. And then, like, as we start to add some larger ships to our fleet, I'll want to get some more specialist frigates for specific support roles, like get some Hyperions, or what's the Centurion, I think. They're both fairly good as heavy support ships. We'll see what's available, and yeah, start to get some of these things paid off and fixed up. Alright, for the moment we're somewhere where we can't really do anything, so I want to go somewhere with both the Persian League and also some pirates. How's my missions doing? I've got some stuff to do for the Galatia Academy, so I could head over here and try and get this artifact from the Kumari system. I think that's Luddic Path. Let me just pull that up. Yes, it is. Okay, let's do that as a start. We'll see how this goes. General policy is if I engage in combat and I lose a ship, that's fine. Lose a couple of ships, that's still fine. If I have a total wipeout, I'll probably load the latest autosave. I'm not pretending this is a Iron Man run, not even close. How are my skills doing? Okay, so I've already got coordinated maneuvers. That's nice, I like that. Wolfpack Tactics is very interesting, but I don't want to lean too heavily on frigates. I want to try and get a proper balanced fleet. And then navigation or sensors. Sensors is probably going to be my next thing that I get, and start pushing down this line a little towards, well, I don't know yet. We might go into phase ships. I'll see how they work. It'll be down to here at least, so 3 into there, and then maybe one of these two, depending on if we're kind of like rocking the D-mod ships or not. Okay, cool. That's me re-familiarise myself with where we are. Let's get travelling. Fuel, supplies, it's fine. Don't have anything really to sell. Nice. It's a shame I can't pull up the map while I'm travelling, because that would be really nice. Can I? No, I can't. Now, one of the reasons why I want to get navigation next is so that when I'm travelling through belts like this, I don't have to slow down all the way to 5 units. I'll be able to go at 8, which is quite large. Ooh, that's good. In EMA, there is a Persian League bounty now, so we might pivot what we're going to do and head straight to EMA. Let's have a look at, where is EMA? EMA is over here. Okay, we can do that. So Salamanca is the friendly place, Quarus is the not friendly place. There is also an abandoned station. This is interesting. At the moment, I think I'm using Mayasura as my base here, this abandoned Astrolopolis. But we could switch that over to EMA very easily. We don't need to at the moment. Let's move here, and we'll start hunting for some light pirates and try and build our rep and some cash reserves. Let's go to hyperspace. Now, moving slowly through various things has benefits. So through hyperspace, you avoid the damage from storms. Through asteroid belts, you avoid potential impact, be they on the ships themselves or on the drive bubble, disrupting your movement. I am going to turn off my transponder now and slow down just for these storms. Now, we could try and fly around them, but I find it's very hard to gauge where the edge of a storm is. It's so easy to inadvertently get caught by them still, despite thinking that you're actually quite outside the radius. Like that storm went all the way to here. Ooh, there is something to salvage here. Let's try and pick that up. That did not pick it up. Also, we have pirate fleet trying to get to us. We could just dive into Ema, get away from them. Ooh, that's a Sunder class destroyer. I do kind of want that. How's my fleet look? We're a little light to take on this pirate fleet, but we could give it a go. I think if we bunch together, we might be alright. So let me turn off my turn. We'll go back for this. Yeah, too close to the hostile ships to do anything. So we'll just wait for them to come in. What do they have? They've got an Enforcer Destroyer. That would be quite nice if we could salvage it. They've got a Mule. Then they've got Wolf Karpolov. Oh, I'm not sure what they are. I don't recognise them. I don't think I've got... We'll find out in a moment. And they've got a Kite Shuttle, Shepherd. I think we might be okay. Right, let's see. It's a combat freighter. Cerberus. Interesting. Anyway, they have lots of demods. Let's move into engage. Take everyone with us. They deploy all. That's non-combat shuttle. Yeah, so we are outnumbered. What I'm going to do is I'm going to designate a light escort for myself. Then we'll try and do this intelligently. I want the frigates to run interference to protect me while I take out the enemy frigates, is roughly what I'm thinking. So let's see what we can do. Or I will act as a line ship while everyone else does their own thing. That was bad design for me. Try and support my wolf here since they've got this mule just isolated by itself. Right, one enemy ship down. Come over here, help out on this side. Basically, I'm just trying to leverage my firepower to the maximum. Focus fire effectively is what I'm looking to do. And I'm going to need to drop my shields back up and vent a little. Okay, let's vent. Got to take a little hit here. Get my shields up as soon as possible and go back in. I can definitely out-damage him up front, so we're going to keep the pressure up. I think he's out of missiles now as well, which is nice. Get close enough in a second. Hopefully my wolf won't get in my way. Got to remember to lead them for where they're moving rather than where they currently are. Something I'm not great at. You can get a mod for that, but it's not part of the base game, and I feel like it gives you a little bit of a unfair advantage that you probably shouldn't have. Now I baited him into that. went after his friend and presented my flank, hoping that he would move in and get flanked by my ships, which is exactly what happened. Very pleased with how that came out. Got to watch my influx here. Should probably back up and vent my flux a little. Let's do that. Just so that we can actually bring our firepower to bear properly with our accelerated ammo feeder. It's trying to burn away. We'll catch up in a moment. Just want to swing around the back, really. Shame I didn't save any more missiles. But we'll be up against him in a moment if we can get past this stupid chip. We're at the edge of the map, so maneuverability is very limited here. Come on, just in a little bit more. He's got a choice now between getting overwhelmed or overloaded. It's not a great choice for him. And there we go, victory. So, yeah, quite slow, that fight. It'll take us some supplies to come out of that. But hey, we only took a small amount of hull damage on the Wayfarer. Very pleased with that. Now, if I could recover that Enforcer, that would be really, really nice here. Let's see what options we have available. Ooh, we can. Now it's very damaged. The reason I wanted this is because of the armor on it. It is a big boy, for want of a better way of putting it. It is very damaged though. Those faulty automated systems mean its skeleton crew is beyond its maximum crew. It means that we can't use it, which is a shame. Now I could recover it and spend a hell of a lot repairing it, but it's probably better for me to just buy a fresh one somewhere else. So we will forego this, which is a shame. It was a Buffalo, not a Mule. My mistake. We don't want the Buffalo Mark IIs ever because they are converted freighters being treated as destroyers. So we'll just cancel. We'll just get all the supplies we can from it. Pick through the wreckage. Take everything there. And continue, and then we will recover this Sunder class destroyer. Now I've got a bunch of XP for that, which means I've got a skill point to spend, so I'll put that in now. We'll do sensors, as I mentioned. That's going to increase our minimum burn level as we're going slowly, which I really value myself. I don't know about anyone else, but I really, really like that. So let's get that confirmed up. Okay, the Sunder. Let's see what it might look like. Faulty power grid, degraded life support, and compromised hull. That is quite a compromise on the hull. The also skeleton crew is beyond maximum crew, so yeah, not usable, unfortunately. Shame. I do like Sunders. I like them almost as much as Hammerheads, but just salvage it. Cool. 32 supplies to finish repairs. We're fine for that. Most of that is just going back into getting combat readiness up. Let's continue back onto the email system. Another raider pirate fleet. We could potentially engage them as well. We won't get paid for it though, that's the thing. Fine, they're going to engage us anyway. Basically the same fleet layout. I'm going to bypass them. I want to get into the star system EMA so that we can actually get earnings for this. So let's jump in, keep the transponder off, jump in. Oh, right next to the abandoned station. So at the end of last stream, we took a mission for the pirates. When I say we took a mission for the pirates, we agreed to do a thing for the pirates and then just stole the goods and sold them. So that was fun. I've just realised that we're not actually going to complete that delivery, which is cool. So that's probably pirates. Let's sell some stuff though and see what's available here. Pirate mission. You want something from a colony that I can't supply, so that's fine. Directory, nothing going on. Can only interact with the black market because I don't have my transponder on. So I could sell some metals, but sure, let's just get those offloaded. Then we will get out of port, go hunt us some pirates if possible. Now, I don't think the Persian League cares about us having our transponder off. They kind of think it's the right of anyone to have anonymity. The issue we'll have occasionally is if we want to help them in a fight, we'll need to turn on our transponder so that we could send IFF codes, where that would be. Okay, so that's possibly pirates, that's possibly pirates. They look like pirate markings. Get these engaged. So let's pursue them. I don't know if I need to turn on my transponder to benefit from the... Oh, why is that down so much? Interesting. We can leave them out of this fight. Doesn't matter so much. So we can definitely do this with just this lot. Let's... they look like they're running, so I could put away the hammerhead. Do this. Get everyone coming in just from the sides instead. Yeah. Let's do that, and we'll try and control this from a strategic view instead. I will take the nav boy. You two come over here to the center. You come over to the center as well. We'll see how this goes. They're going for the sensor jammer to try and get weapons range superiority. Should start to see them turning up kind of like towards the mid. There we are. So you engage that. You and you engage that. Nice, that's gone. And then we've got this over here as well. So go back to here. You two eliminate that. I need to go back to this vision mode. And then, I shouldn't need to say this, but everyone eliminate that. Mind the friendly fire, folks. Nice. Yeah, Got to be a bit careful about my combat readiness. Of course, deploying all these ships like this takes a little bit here and there. So now that's down to 39%. Could get a kite. I don't think so. We'll just pick through the wreckage, take what we can, and move on. Now, good. That is improving my relationship with the Persian League. Fantastic. Also, looks like one of my officers is ready for leveling up. So let's check which one that is. That is you, Zion Maldonado. So I want Maldonado to be in like a aggressive, pushing, with impact mitigation on elite here, that gunnery implants. We're definitely going for a in-your-face, close-range engagement person. So, point defense is possible. Kind of more as a support role, though. Helmsmanship, I'm actually not that fussed about maneuverability as a skill. I think it's... I used to think it was really good. But I think it's good for you as a player. The AI does better without it. I think out of these, I would go for reliability engineering. That increased combat readiness is really potentially useful. Damage control would be good, though, as a very in-your-face attacking person. Yeah, that's... Oh, it's so tempting. This is a really hard choice. I don't think you can get both on a... officer. I love having more operating time and more combat readiness in total. That's kind of why I'm leaning towards reliability engineering. But this makes it more resilient, and also the elite skill makes repairs cheaper. I think I will still go for reliability engineering, but it's a very interesting choice, that one. So everyone is getting reliability engineering. Okay, that's fine. Let's get these things repaired up as we can. So, oh, actually, I can't do that without my transponder on. That's fine. Let's turn it on. So, repair ships. Cool. Also, let's have a look at what's available in the real market. Get that metal sold. I think this is fine, actually. We don't need any of this. I'm fine carrying a few extra weapons around for the moment. Have a look at their ships, actually, while we're here. So this is the heavy frigate I was mentioning that would be kind of like a support ship for like a hammerhead or something like that. Gremlins, they are very thin, paper thin armor, very low hull. So in terms of phase ships, the other two that I've seen, I can't remember their names. One's like a shadow shade, something like that, and the other is an afflictor. I think they're both better options, so we won't look at those. Over here, ooh, shrikes, like shrikes, high tech. Okay, there we are, shade, yes. Okay, we're not going to buy any of those anyway. We don't want to piss off the Persians by going all over their black market, but it's good to see what is available in case you want to sneak away and come back. Go after these pirates, because we're all good with our combat readiness, and we've got a wolf and a Cerberus, so let's pursue them. We will take command of the action, and again, I'm just going to send our fast ships. Sure, we'll do it that way. Only comms relays this time, so to start off with, Everyone move to the center point. Again, for the sensor jammer, and of course, trying to accelerate that wolf through. You take this on the way. Then I want you and you to engage that. You to engage that as well. But you probably want to go this way first, actually, to make sure that you're maximizing the engagement options. Then I'll start sending you over, pull up the feed over here so we can watch this. Watching two wolves fight is quite funny. Too agile though, but as soon as we can get more people on it, that's when things will start to be interesting. We do have this as well to potentially engage. Let's get you going after there because they're just trying to get away. Maybe send that lasher as well. But I'll keep watching over here. It'll put my other ships in a better position to engage this wolf, like cutting off his retreat wherever possible. Potentially. That's going down. Wolf might get away. Everyone, go after the wolf now. Let's follow this. Stupid phase drive. That burn drive isn't going to catch up enough, I don't think. Maybe it will. Really get that flux up. Nice. Oh, fantastic. Oh, good work, guys. Excellent piloting. Nice. Let's have a look. We could get that wolf. It is busted up. No, let's just salvage it. Cool. A little bit more improvement from the Persian League. I think technically now we could get a commission from them, which is what we want. So let's start opening those conversations. Transponder on. Common directory. We'll have a word with the port master. I think I need to go to a military place actually for that. So after this bounty in this system is way cut down. Let's fly around and look for some more pirates. Some down this way. I am presuming these are pirates. They are. So it's just a hound to it. Just send our wolf and our lasher. They should be able to outrun it, I think. So we'll just deploy those two. You two kill that. Pretty low level pirating at the moment. As soon as we get a bit of cash under our belt, we will start sizing up our fleet and going for the sensor jammer. Okay. Pretty nothing happening at the moment to him. Oh, it was just going through the armor first. Okay. Fine. Basically just eating it all away like a laser scalpel. Cool. Another handful of credits. More supplies. More bits up this way. That's a bigger fleet. That is a much bigger fleet. Ooh, interesting. So we could go and help the Persian League here and potentially get some of the spoils. I'm gonna quick save. There is also another pirate fleet coming down. I think, yeah. Let's go up, see if we can get involved in this before it gets too large. Now I don't want to be involved in that. They're coming after us. Let's just have this fight, and then we can go and help that fight. Okay, they've got a rocket cruiser. They've got a couple of mules, the Wolf, Cerberus, Wayfarer, and a couple of kites. I think this is even bigger than the fight that we had outside this space. This star system. It's going to be tricky. Let's deploy everything. And we will, again, set ourselves with a light escort and try and leverage our power. Alright, let's vent our flux before that rocket cruiser gets over here too much. Shields up just before those rockets get in. Then we'll move over here and try and engage this lot again. This is very interesting. We've got more firepower than those mules for certain. Trying to get him to use his shields as well there. That was a mistake for my missiles. Should not have spent them all on that. And my wolf just made a big mistake himself. Turning off my shield so that I don't overload. We're just going to take him down. Okay, he's out the fight. Let's try and get over here, help my other ships who are getting overloaded. Kind of want to take out the rocket cruiser first, but we have a sitting duck over here. I can get in time. Really power it up the back. Now I've exposed my engines to that other ship, so I really shouldn't do that. But just pushing the advantage on this mule while everyone else is harassing the rocket cruiser. Done. Let's come back up here. Yeah, we've definitely taken some hull damage on some of our ships. Some armor damage. A lot going on. Please don't strafe in front of me. Thanks. Zed? Just... Oh my god. What a... Like, it makes no sense in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. Why would you do that? You've got a big support ship coming in behind you. Well, but doesn't matter. This is definitely going down. I'm keeping myself rotating around it to keep the guns that I've already destroyed angled correctly. And who else do we have? We've got all the way up here. Let's see if we can go and help. I suppose I could just say, oh, I think they've done it. Nice. Good work, everyone. Big old fight. Right. We didn't actually take any hull damage. That's good. So just a lot of combat readiness drops. And in theory, we can recover something. The mule? Don't think I want a mule. Doesn't fit my play style. It's kind of like... the mule to me feels like not quite a good freighter, not quite a good destroyer. Let's just turn it into salvage. Take that. A bunch more experience again. Another couple of officers are ready to level up. See what we have available. So another aggressive. This one's close range energy mastery. So what can we do here? Turn them into a phase or a shield based officer. I think it's going to be shield based, and I'll have them doing difficulty recovery for damage. That's fuck mule is never worth it. Yeah, so it's not only that. Also, I've tripled the price of ships and made demods even more expensive to remove. So it's even less worthwhile for certain. Yeah, I think I'm going to turn this officer into a shield tanking type officer. So I'm going to go shield modulation here. And then... still don't know what I'm going to put for their elite skill. It might end up being shield modulation, or it might end up being impact mitigation. We'll decide that at some point in the future. Over here we have another aggressive close range energy person. So we can go for probably impact mitigation. The most useful out of these, I think. Yeah, we'll go impact mitigation. Then for Symbiote Spiral, who is currently gunnery implants, I might try and get him to be a longer range person if at all possible. But given that none of this is particularly long range, I mean, target analysis kind of is. If I put him in a big thing, he would be destroyer to destroyer and above size engagements. Damage first, then shield. Yeah, there is a lot to be said about that. I usually lean towards like combat readiness and operating time as a primary thing. Then I go range of weapons. Then I go impact mitigation. That's usually how I feel. I've stopped valuing helmsmanship as a useful skill because top speed doesn't usually make much difference when I've got the fleet-based coordinated maneuvers skill. I think reliability engineering here. So that's fine. 23 supplies to finish repairs. There's still this fight going on. We might wait a day. With damage no matter what build comes later. You don't do... Yeah, sure. Let's salvage this. Rocket cruiser. Not a fan. Let's just scrap it. Lost 2 heavy machinery. We've got 5. That's fine. There's another fleet coming in. Who's that? That's another massive pirate fleet. So that's Mule. What else is that? Cerberus. Some more wolves. They're all... You're a fan of the rocket cruiser? Interesting. I never really found its performance too well. Like, I think in general, I need more frigates to support it before I get to that stage. So that's roughly where my head is. Keep 2 of them for survival and low deployment points. Yeah, that's fair. Usually I lean on destroyers that I'm more familiar with, like the Sunder and the Hammerhead. Front-facing gun arcs, bring gun towards enemy, engage, that sort of thing, and then have a few frigates running interference nearby. I haven't ever gotten beyond the very early stages of the game, so I don't really have any considerations for larger fleet sizes, or indeed anything towards the late game. Let's. Do I want to? That's a lot of pirates for my size, even with the Persian League there. Let's do a quick save and just dive in and see how we fare. Mud Skipper. What else is there? Kite. Yeah, I suppose the other thing I have as a consideration is I don't really have a good handle on what is and isn't a good ship. Like I can read their stats, but I don't have a huge amount of experience using them all in different ways. The moment I very much value top speed, maneuverability. You did 7 days of simulation fights only. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, like that is definitely the way to go to like understand the options available. Let's join the battle. Take everything with us. See what we can do to help. So what is that? That is a light strike cruiser, Falcon. That is a lot of ordnance points. It's pretty fast as well. Right, so my focus is going to be whittling down everything around and then moving over towards that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So let's get me an escort and we'll start trying to help where we can, I guess. A random missile off just by itself. So we'll come over here first. Get out of my way. I also have a tendency to launch my missiles too early. I've got a lot to learn in terms of like fleet combat. Like not overextending myself, for example. Getting a bit better at venting my flux though. Soak up all of that for the allies nearby. No, thank you. They found out there's one missile which, what, a suppression missile? I'll have to read that in a second. I can't focus on everything at the same time. Ugh. Let's get this down. Uh-oh. Bad missile coming in. Alright, you know when I said that I didn't really rate maneuverability? Having these guys run rings around me is making me change my mind a little. Okay, that's that sorted. How's the whole thing looking? In general, not too bad. Let's ignore that. We'll keep focusing this way. I play pretty decent. Well, thank you very much. It would be nice if I was good enough to, you know, win every engagement without taking any damage, but I don't think anyone can expect that, you know. Right, vent a bit. I want that brawler to retreat, actually. Can I just order that to retreat? I think so. Which one of these is retreat? There we are. You retreat. Yeah, I prefer not to lose any ships, especially with the extra costs and such that I'm running everywhere. There we are, rapid fire coming in. I don't think that's going to survive this run through. We can turn our attention to the ones further south in the list. Okay, where's our next target? Over here, I guess. Looks like it's already taken a considerable amount of damage right up front. Yeah, I've only just started considering specific ships for specific roles. Like the fact that I need a balanced fleet, people to take out shields and then people to come in and be finishers, like that sort of stuff. Never really been something that I've built for before, but I'm trying to be a bit better at considering it. Man, that overload missile was bad. I'm just trying to strafe to get past these. Oh no! Come on, shields. My goodness, that was painful. That was so painful. Come on, keep retreating. Ah, balls. Bent it at the wrong time. I didn't consider that he might still have missiles left. I thought he'd run out of those. Alright, let's see how the rest of my ships do. In general, they're not doing too bad as like a harassment thing. The combat readiness on that ship is it's doing alright. 21%. Yeah, bad time for venting. Exactly. Nice. Great access around the side there. Kind of right at the very, very edge of the map now, so we're having a hard time tracking what's going on. Oh, and they retreated. Is that it for enemy ships? I think it is. So, right. What do we have here? Lost approximately 50 crew, no marines. Our side was victorious. Yeah, I hope we can salvage it. That retreated, so we obviously can't. I might be able to pursue it. Let's have a look. So take command of the action. I will deploy everything again. Combat readiness is quite low on this. I think it's still worth it. Let's proceed with deployment. Get everyone pursuing that specifically. I will tell you to go after the nav boy to start with. Yeah, we're definitely kind of like running the risky line here. Really don't like having ships below 40% combat readiness going into the field. But I think we're definitely going to take that down at least. Pop, 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 come on. Doing so well. Let's get this involved now. Ooh, so close to overload there. It's just a little bit more. Excellent. The other one retreated, but that's okay. I'm fine to let that go. Let's have a look at... should take other ship to control, which has to vent, because vent AIs don't handle well. Yeah, I'm still very much learning what the AI does and doesn't work well with. Things I have figured out so far, try and keep all of your weapons with the same range, otherwise they don't really use them very well. That's very much something I've noticed. Okay, so standard recovery. My hammerhead now has degraded life support, but that's okay. It's unreliable subsystems, I think, is just a flux capacity thing, so that's fine. Definitely recover that. I'm going to need to mothball something because we don't have enough crew at the moment. I will not take that buffalo. They don't like buffaloes. No falcon though, which is a bit of a shame. So I think we'll just recover our one ship and leave it at that. I guess the Persian League probably tried to grab the other one. Shame. Would it have been like very expensive to bring it up, I suppose. Armor was down quite a fair amount, but you know, as a flagship, it would probably do. Very expensive to maintain. That shield's good. That's the thing that I really noticed. It had a very good shield. So take all, and then we'll get rid of what metals we don't necessarily need. So Lasher, Kite, Mud Skipper. I've got a skill point which I'm going to put into, I think, field repairs at this stage. Field repairs or gunnery implants. Pirate ships too expensive to maintain. Yeah, that's very true. Strongest ship in my fleet at the moment. Yeah. I think I'm going to go for field repairs just to try and reduce the number of demods that we come into contact with when we're trying to, if I find weapons for it. I also don't think it's necessary to run the biggest weapons on things. Like if you're trying to get more stuff on the field, like the shield systems and armor on some of these ships, with like perhaps just downsized sections is probably still fine. Cool. Also, chance to remove 1 D mod per month from a randomly selected ship in your fleet, which will be nice if that actually happens. Shame I didn't have this beforehand. Would have been particularly nice, but I think it's fine as it is. Right, now I was going to scavenge and crossing my fingers and hoping. Finding any weapons to fit it. Okay, right, gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to scavenge, cross my fingers, and hope that that cruiser is here. It is not. Well, that was interesting. Oh, I've got too much fuel. Let's drop the excess. So we've got cargo pods here, we've got a lasher, we've got a mud skipper, and we've got a kite. What I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to Salamanca, pick up some replacement crew, then come back out here and try and grab bits. Meanwhile, the Persian League is taking no prisoners and going straight after... let's speed this up. Straight after those pirates that got away. Sell some of the excess weapons I've got. That's fine. Right. Brew. I need 252 and I've got 242. Let's get another 100. So that's reasonable. And sell some of this heavy machinery. First fit ships, then sell weapons. Yeah, that's fair, but my ships are fine. Like, they keep their fittings. Oh, except... Yeah, they totally keep their fittings. Every ship that I have already has guns. And it has guns in a way that I'm okay with. Like, the non-combat ships specifically don't have any. But yeah, the way that I run, I tend to, like, sell more than 3 of things that I have. Yeah, I realise that's very when I should be considering things in a different order. Yeah, point taken. Right, repair. Okay, everything repaired. Have a look at what ships they've got available right now. Centurion frigate. I want to add 3 new ships to my fleet. Yes, I do. But I have to find the ones that I want first. Centurion is actually a very interesting choice here. And yeah, they will need weapons. Now, the thing I like about the Centurion is it's got a high armor rating and then it's got this damper field. It's kind of like... I see it as something to throw up as a wall in front of something else. I think top speed-wise, it should be... Yeah, very able to keep up with my main destroyer. AI is okay with the damper field. Okay, well that's really good to know. I will grab that then. And let's put it here in my list. I think I will put, where is it? This one. My impact mitigation gunnery implants. No, that's good where it is. Move you over. You're not using very many energy weapons at the moment, so move over here. Then yeah, that's it's very... You can plan to alpha strike everything, okay? And that is very much a tactic in most games. But if your plan is to eliminate the enemy before they can react, then you're not going to adapt to any problems that arise. Let's see what I can do without purchasing anything here. We've got Vulcans, IR Pulses, Light Mortar, and Annihilator. Then if I allow it to buy stuff and it changes, we end up getting... what changes? Changes those IR Pulses. No, it doesn't. They stay the same. Yeah, we lose an IR Pulse and a Light Mortar. And get, what, a Vulcan Cannon and an Auto Cannon swap in? That's fine. Oh, it just moves things around a bit, really. Okay. Top speed is fine. Thinking heavy armor, to be honest. Increases its armor to 650. Decreases its maneuverabilities, but I could get it auxiliary thrusters to go with that. I do have some story points to build in some hull mods, so that is worth considering. Shield first, then armor. Yeah, I don't have much in the way of shield mods. I've heard there's like hardened shields you can get, which is like the big one. I've got stabilized shields, but it's not particularly exciting. Could get extra flux capacity. Usually I make sure that, well, try and make sure that it's got enough flux dissipation for its weapons, but obviously that's not always possible. Accelerated shield I don't really rate hugely. I'm going to swap blast doors for reinforced bulkheads at least. Depends on AI ships is best choice. Okay, good to know. Okay, so blast doors comes off, reinforced bulkheads goes on. I will leave everything for the moment. I really want to get like augmented drive field. The shield removes some flux from shields, so you get better vents. I'm not sure I understand which shield. Which removes 35 flux. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't understand which mod. Oh, you mean the stabilized shield? Right. Okay. Got it. Okay, I understand. Gotcha. So yes, that at the moment is 70 per thing. So if I was to do that, it becomes 35 per. Even though, right, hang on. Let me take that off again. So that gets 30. Yes, I see. Right. So you end up net positive if you switch the vents over, which you shouldn't necessarily do. Like, it's probably a bit more sensible to do it more like that sort of division. Yeah. Exactly like this. Okay, with that in mind, let me have a look at some of these other things. So that's 60. That wouldn't actually make it any better, because that's still 10 per thing, so that would be net the same. Then over here, that's 56, yeah. Brawler. Brawler is definitely worth doing it on. So let's add stabilized shields here. Centurion we just did. That's 48 per sec. That's 50 per sec. Yeah, I think those are probably the ones that it was worth doing on. Yeah, thanks for that pointer. Okay, so 30% worse peak operating time. That's the D mod that we picked up. Well, actually, we picked up both of these from the previous fight. It will cost me 180k to get rid of those, so let's not do that. Now let's repair things up. And I think we're probably good to go back into the field now. I'm going to move this over here because he's going to be bodyguard. Get that saved and move back over this way. Do a bit of salvaging in these debris fields if we can. Nothing in that one. There's going to be some random ships just lying around here. Can it? Yes. Yes, it can. Okay. Next time I go back, which won't take very long, I'm just going to pick up these few things. What do we have? Erratic fuel injector and glitch sensor rates. Probably not worth it. Like I quite like kites for their general value in cargo capacity and fuel capacity for their maintenance, but I don't really use them that much in combat, so just turn it into actual direct salvage. I can refit shields in space. Okay, let's do that. I thought it always tanked your combat readiness, but so yeah, it does. Oh, it's 6. There we go. So it's a little bit more expensive, but that's okay. I want to collect the spoils from the previous thing first. I hate space litter. That's the only thing. I realise this is not a very efficient way to play, but I'm okay with that. Ill-advised modifications. What do they do? It's a shame you can't actually see the hull mods from this screen. Compromised storage, I understand. I guess the other things are fuel capacity and maximum crew. And then it gives it a large ballistic mount, probably. Well, I got the Hellbore cannon. Okay, let's fly around and look for some more pirates. What, so the Mud Skipper Mark II can be insanely strong? Okay. Yeah, so I definitely recognize the power in having like oversized mounts. The test game that I ran to make sure that OBS could pick this up, I ended up with, what was it, a Tempest, and I think they've got medium slots for a small ship, and that was performing very, very well. So I can only imagine what a large does, but that ship, the Mudskipper Mark II that we just saw, looked like it would be very slow and cumbersome by itself. Like, maybe it needs a lot of support. Alright, I'm going to start making my way up towards the pirates military thing, because I'm not seeing anything around the inner section. One shot most other small ships. Okay. I'm not sure I can aim better than an AI, but I understand what you mean. Ooh, what do we have over here? That is just a merchant convoy, I think. That looks like or a smuggler, maybe. Got something over there as well. Let's turn. Briefly looked like a pirate. Okay, so we've got an enforcer. You can learn it in simulation runs. When you fit ships, there is an option for test. Down here, yes. Can I just do... Is this just everything that I've ever seen, I suppose? So, I pull this up. It's given it a large... sorry, a Gauss cannon. So... Sadly, no. Yeah. The thing that I'm spotting in this is that I can only simulate ships that I actually have. So all of these are my specific ships, rather than just providing designs for it. And all of these look like standard hull types. Yeah, I can't... I can deploy that for opponents, but I can't pull that over onto this side and pilot as it, which is a bit of a shame. Still, I can see what it's like in combat against me, I guess. Did that actually deploy? Maybe not. There we go. Large Gauss cannon. And then it has to vent because it takes all its flux. Oh, that is funny. That's hilarious. Go on, shoot again. Uh, 132 damage. Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure I'm convinced that it's a particularly good ship. Like, if you're good enough to target with it, sure, maybe. But that's... It's very expensive for its slot, isn't it? That's end simulation. Okay, so we're about to get into an actual fight. So there's an enforcer, Shrike, I think. Yeah, smallish pirate fleet. Fine. Right, so I want this heavy frigate to support me, and honestly, that's probably all I need. I'll go centre line straight after this. Please don't strafe in front of me. Okay, time for me to move a bit more defensively again. Don't want to overdo it. Then come back up over here. I do like the Enforcer. I'm quite a fan of its armour. Oh god, that was painful. I didn't overload at the start, but I needed to put my shield up during those missiles. Oh gosh. I need to pay way more attention to my flux. Let's get myself venting over here. Yeah, I'm not used... Well, my excuse this time is that, of course, my maximum flux has dropped by about, what, 600-700 from the changes I made to the shields, which I'm obviously not compensating for. Yeah, we can repair that up. I have to build max vent on him. On the Enforcers, yeah. So that managed to get away. Let's pursue. I'll just send my faster ships after it. So we'll do that. What's my speed on my brawler? 85. Not great. 20, 90. Do that. The AI doesn't play the Enforcer bad. It charges into his death often. That's exactly what the Enforcer is designed for, surely. Okay, so it'll die in the mid-game. Follow the Lasher this time. There's not a lot left on this ship. While these guys are doing that, I will have a drink. Man, he can just tank that forever, can't he? Yeah, just surround and flank it. Yeah. Nothing to recover. Nice. Some officers are leveled up. I've got too much fuel, which I'll just in a moment. Let's deal with my officers. So over here we have our aggressive armor tanking. Yeah, this is the sort of person that I would put on an Enforcer. Yes, yeah, I'm overweight. Well, too much fuel. Hmm. Kind of feeling like shield modulation. Like, point defense is interesting, but I suppose I could lean into point defense and redesign the Centurion to be a flak cannon based point defense ship. I think flak cannons would count as point defense weapons. I think target analysis, though, to be honest. And then here we are going for close range energy. Yeah, I haven't, like, with the exception of when I just like had my ship blown up, I haven't really experienced missile spam at all as a problem. It would be really interesting to get a missile boat later, I think, but I don't feel the need for it at the moment. I think I need something that can make more missiles there. I've definitely seen that as a special ability on some of the ships in the shops. So close range energy, that's this person. I am going to take phase mastery with the intention that at some point in the future they will get a phase based ship. Now I know I don't have that at the moment, so it's kind of going a bit to waste, but is me trying to think about the future. And then over here we've got aggressive gunnery implants, impact mitigation, I think. Strike command is interesting. I think impact mitigation. I just like it across the board. The amount of resilience he adds to everything is quite large. Oh, right. That's that done. Do need to do some repairing, mostly on me as usual. That's fine. Oh, I could possibly get that enforcer. Let's see how broken it is. Faulty automated systems. Okay. Oh, its skeleton crew is greater than its maximum crew. That's not good. Yeah, that basically means I can't take it. Fine, we'll just do not now. We'll take everything and then we'll dump a little bit of metal. And I said I'm overweight on fuel, so we'll dump a bit of fuel. And we can go and sell some of these bits. Just got to approve your message. 1 second. Allow. There we go. Auto mod decided that your tone of voice was aggressive, so erred on the side of caution. Which is very interesting. That's the first time I've seen that. It's just a weird combination of words. They all suck and beat together. Amusing, because, you know, you're very much not an aggressive person from what I've heard so far. But yeah, these dumb algorithms. Right, so you did test missile cruisers a lot, and they all suck. You never found out God can beat 300%. Anti-shield ballistic is better than general lasers, is better than suppression missiles. Yeah, so from my very limited experience, ballistic things have longer range. Lasers have shorter range but more continuous damage. So I don't think they're necessarily better or worse than each other. I think they're probably designed to fulfill different niches, but whether or not you've actually got the ability to craft the fleet to leverage all of those powers for those specific niches is another question. I would agree with you in general that getting shields down at a long range is a huge boon. And then, yeah, general lasers at that point. I'm actually a big fan of, what is it, the IR pulse lasers that I've got on some of these things. They seem to work really, really well. Let's have a look. That's this thing, yeah. Now it's not a beam, but it does do hard flux, which is unusual for energy weapons. Most things like this. All right, this one is, you know, anti-shield, so that's a bad example. This one then, no hard flux, so it's, yeah. Any general laser matters on small sorts. Missiles don't cut flux. Yeah, but missiles tend to have limited ammo. That's my only, like, grumble about them, really. Right, repair. Let's sell the excess bits of metal. Confirm. You know what? To make you happy, I'm going to keep hold of all of these, rather than potentially selling any of them. I'm going to start like I've got some storage over in Mayasura, but there's another. Here we are. This abandoned siphon station that I can start dumping extra weapons into. So I don't carry them around with me everywhere. I don't suppose you know. Ooh, Tempest. I like those because they've got medium energy slots. This one is ruined. Also on the open market rather than on the black market. That's why I'm very excited. But it would cost me a butt ton to fix it up as well. Yeah. Very strong ship for its size. I tend to build those with 2 IR pulse lasers. Whatever the medium slot version of that is. And then like salamander missile or can't remember the other types, like annihilators, something like that. These as well, reapers. Depends on. I try and have like a bit of a mix across. The system module is the best one. Is that high energy focus? I think. Yeah, high energy focus. So I really like the high energy focus thing. I've used it mostly on the destroyer. I'm gonna have to pull up the codex to find it. I think it's what, the Shrike. It pulls. No, not the Shrike. Sunder? Yeah, Sunder. So I've used it on this before. They can put a lot of damage out. Yeah, big fan. And the fighter bait, yes. Do like those. Mostly because the Terminator drones can shoot over your other ships, which means you just get loads of laser spam. Looks fantastic. Right, what was I doing? Double check all my stuff. Oh yeah, I was going to dump all of these over in the space station quickly. So let's do that. Nice, just save a little bit of space. I can also put some of this excess. I don't need to carry all these heavy machinery with me. Like about half of them should be enough for all the salvaging. I mean, I could also put my Marines away for the moment, but I'm about to head up to the pirate base all the way up there. Oh, I should sell some of this fuel as well, because I don't need all of it while I'm just pissing around in this system. So we'll do that quickly. About 250 will do. Just so we can definitely loot other bits. Cool, so we're going to move up to Tariffs. Save, because it's a good thing no one takes your stuff in this game. I know, every time I leave something in one of these space stations, I'm thinking that, you know, there should be a chance month on month to have something just vanish. Like, be it like all the weapons in an area, or someone just takes one of the ships that you've left around. Unless you, like, leave Marines to guard it or something. That would be reasonable, I think. But then, like, if you're leaving Marines to guard it, maybe you have to pay them, and it means that people might come and raid it and stuff like that. Like, there's ways of balancing it, but that is just a ship. Go salvage this. Another mud skipper. Oh gosh, they've seen me. Right, what do we have? 2 enforcers, a wolf, and 2 kites. That's okay, but I don't want to engage it with that as well. What do we have there? We've got a much bigger thing. Now, fortunately, I'm a bit faster than them. Now, I could have gone to emergency burn, but that would have slowed me down to start with, I think. I'm not 100% certain. It's been a while since I've done an emergency burn. Certainly sustained burn would have slowed me down to start with. So I just wanted to bring them back this way a bit. Wait this one out. Come on. One of you. There we are. I'm happy to engage them one at a time, but both at the same time would have been a bit much. Okay, so you guard me again, and I'll see if I can be less of an idiot this time. All right, let's help our Centurion. Yeah, we can soak some of that on our shields, no problem. Nice, it's overloaded. If we can get in there, that would be super nice. Get our accelerated ammo feeder going. Actually shoot all my missiles in an appropriate time for the first time, I think, ever playing this game. Nice. That actually felt coordinated for, like, I think the first time. And we've still got another one over here, and yeah. What's that? Wolf. Would be nice to get rid of the wolf. Otherwise it will just get away and I'll be really annoyed. fencing. Ah, very nice. Only a kite. No thanks. And it's difficult. Take all that salvage. Excellent. Another one of our officers is ready to level up, so we'll do that. That's Tyr, who is our shield tanking person. Close range shield tank. You are probably better suited in this, actually, these days. I will move you over in a bit. Point defense then? Like double down on scatter everything. Yeah, that kind of feels appropriate. Systems expertise might be interesting. I'm not sure what the cooldown is on the dampener. Yeah, okay. Let's go point defense. And I'll move you over to finish. We'll move you over to this. So you're going to be Tyr. And you just move straight over. That's great. So you're on a wall for the moment, which is, you know, it's almost a phase ship. That's almost appropriate. Then I wanted to possibly refit this. So we've got IR pulse laser. Point defense ones will get greater range now. That's kind of why I'm thinking switch them over. Don't actually have any on me because I put them all in the space station. That's okay. Got a rocket cruiser. We've got a couple of light destroyers. Another range of ships. All right. Probably go straight into this next fight. How's our combat readiness doing? Fine. The rest of that is fine. You guard me, as always. Just try and soak up those missiles for the wolf. Man, they're being smarter about their positioning this time. Normally they charge forwards with their burn drives and do stupid things. It looks like they're thinking about things a little. Okay, let's see where we can help. You come and support me as well. I'll see if I can bait these guys into coming forwards a bit too much. You're being flanked over there, other ship. Nice, getting in the way of each other, that's what I like to see. I've got a lot incoming now, which is not great. Just try and keep on top of all of that. And vent my flux, then move back again. Starting to whittle them down. And perhaps tunneling a bit too much on this. Should probably just leave that be. Come back down here and help support everyone else. Right. All my missiles a little bit out of range, I think. What I should be doing, but oh, some might get through. No, not quite. Bit of extra flux damage there, which is always nice. Got to be careful of those Sabo missiles. They do a lot of shield damage that you don't want to be taking too much of. Okay. Then we'll come in on the bruiser down here. Don't stray from in front of me. Come on. We've spoken about this before. They're annoying, but they're fine. I don't need to worry too much about them, those little drones. As long as I keep my shields up and try not to let them too close to my tail end. All I'm trying to do here is really keep up the pressure on him. Careful of my own flux. I'm going to have to back up in a second then. Let's not overextend. Let's just do that now. Okay. Back up with 0 flux. Go for accelerated ammo. Shields back up. Really starting to do some nice hull damage over here now. Management. Let's do a spot of venting. Let other ships take the heat for a moment. Get back in here. Please don't strafe in front of me. There we go. We're through all the armour. I'm not holding shield. It's just right click to toggle it on and off. Oh yeah. Often I'll sit with it off. I just don't like engaging at point blank range without having my shield up because I find it very easy to miss the tiny bullets from regular damage. Now, I probably don't need to be quite so defensive in that way. But yeah, that's usually my reason for it, is I find it very easy to miss the details. Oh, no level up yet. That's fine. More XP for my officers. Also, nice to get a little bit of cash in. We're up to 178, so still can't really afford anything big. How many days do we have left on this bounty here? It is this one, 9 days remaining. So, we've got a few more days of doing this. Let's salvage in here. Ooh. Could get a venture. Now, I suppose, okay, right. Do I want to raid pirates? Depends on what you mean by raid pirates. I've got marines, so I can definitely go and do an actual raid on them. Yeah, that's certainly something that I've been considering doing. That's why I picked up the marines. I've taken them on like a couple of small raids already, but the moment I'm just doing this bounty because it's available and I'm trying to build my rep with the Persian League. As soon as this bounty runs out, I'll be going straight up there with my marines, trying to dodge the ships on the way in, and hopefully come away with like a load of drugs or something that I can sell for some suitable money. Now this venture is very exciting to me. Now it's a little bit bad on its armor. Like, we can fix this up over time. Degraded engines is not great. It's very slow. The damaged weapon mounts, okay, that's not so much of a problem. I want to try and recover that. I'm going to have to mothball it immediately because I don't have the crew for it. Not a fan of bounty hunting. Yeah, it's not that sort of bounty. It's the system-wide bounty. That's what I've been going for. Similar to you, hunting for individuals in systems at the far reaches. Not a huge fan of. I might take some if I'm in the area. I imagine I will be going off to do surveying at some point so that I can look to set up a colony. But I haven't gotten that far yet. So we're going to recover this and then mothball it. Let's take those. Go straight into this. Go mothball. And we will at some point go and get that properly refitted. What does that have at the moment? Harpoon pod, medium energy turret, and its fighter bay is mining pods. Always mining pods? I guess so. I should go get that repaired if I actually want to have emergency burn as an available option. So let's take it back. We'll get it all tidied up. We'll put some people in it, put some gear in it. And then I can take it out in a simulation and see what it's like. In fact, let's do this properly. So repair 20 supplies to get that repaired. That's fine. Actually, I need to unmothball it first. So now it is 47 more supplies. So let's repair. And I need to buy more crew. Mining pods are the best fighters. They cost nothing, have tons of hit point, even with mining laser. 4 can do damage, repels rockets. Yeah, I like them for their point defense swarm capabilities. That's why I like starting with the Shepherd that comes with like the little mining drones. Right, I need 407, so let's get this up to 200 more. Don't need to buy them all from here. Let's buy 100 from the black market. Let's buy 60 from the black market. And 140. 150. That's fine. Similarly, we can sell some of those. The rest over here. What are the auto fit options? At the moment I'm thinking exploration. Let me cancel. I'll go pick up all my bits from the space station that's just over here. That's a lot more supplies per day though. Is that all just because of this? Yeah, it is. Ion laser, annihilator, point defense for 5 to 500 range in the back. Yeah. I wish there was a take all. Actually, do I need to do that? Probably. It makes it just easier anyway. So, okay, that's good to know. Right, let's start with this as best as we can, and then we'll tweak it. So we just go confirm on there. So it's given it a dedicated targeting core. That's for the increase range. Oh, this is my first cruiser size ship, I think, ever. So it's going to be very interesting. It's giving me an ion cannon because I don't have an ion laser, of course. Put a mining laser on it at the moment, which would have a technically a longer range, but obviously be worse damage-wise. Whoosh, there we are. Let's pull that up. So damage per second, yeah, it's about half if I put the mining laser on. Let's not for the moment. We'll try and find a more suitable mid weapon for there. Got harpoons. I could put annihilator pods on. 100 ammo is very nice. They're both high explosive. Annihilators don't track. That's the main reason why I don't go for them usually. But with this particular ship, I don't know. It feels like it could be good to just like throw swarms of them. I've only got one pod, but I could put the other just as being like just this version of it. That's a spread versus a stream. In fact, I could replace all of these with annihilators. Yeah, that's fair. All right, let me take off these other missiles for a moment. Whoosh, go away, go away. We'll go that there and this here. I've got to make sure the weapon groups have them separate so I can see what they feel like. Put that and that. Linked, who cares? Just confirm for the moment. Black cannons in the back. That's okay for point defense. In fact, that's probably about as good as I can get for point defense back here. I definitely prefer the area point defense on a ship of this size. Let's throw that up. Right. So we've got that and that. I just wanted to see how they fire first. Okay. 5 and a spread. Oh, and that's constant. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't be piloting this myself. It's worth noting that. I'll leave it to the AI to deal with. Anyway, and simulation. I think I slightly prefer the spread ones for overwhelming point defense. So I can just go entire annihilators. weapon groups, put them all together. No, not separately. Let's see how that looks. That's a lot. Refire is a little slow, but that's okay. And it can do that 10 times, I think, before it actually runs out of ammo. And its fast missile racks means it can shoot much faster if it wants. Okay, cool. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what this ends up being like. Kind of comes in as a finisher, really. Anti-armor. Wondering if torpedoes might be perhaps thing I don't like about torpedoes though is that like they've often got like really limited ammo. All right, let's try this out. We'll see what it's like in the next engagement that we have. I want to militarize something at least. AI do very bad with anti-armor or anti-shield missiles. They shoot them only as a finisher. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm imagining. So I suppose the other thing that we could do is we could go for, where are they? Was it? Sabos. Get a whole bunch of sabos. Use them as like long range shield nukes. Kind of means that this ship becomes way less useful as soon as it's actually unloaded its stream. I don't think any of these have ammo regeneration, at least none of the ones that I've got available. Right, what options does it have for the auto fit? So it's a combination of harpoons and sabos. That's honestly, that's kind of where I'm sort of feeling. Breaches and sabos. All right, let's do what it wants to start with. We'll go with harpoons up here, breaches. We've only got a single sabo, so I'm not going to sub that in. Dedicated targeting core doesn't really feel like it's worth it for this one ion cannon, although it does affect the flat cannons as well, doesn't it? Let's bring down the capacitors a little, because I want to add... where is it? Military, militarized subsystems. I need 15. I will have to build that. Oh, I need to be in a dock to do that anyway. All right, this will be fine for the moment then. I do want to build in a couple of hull mods because these are super expensive. Expanded missile racks is actually potentially quite useful on this. So if I built that in for a story point, we would have a huge amount of ammo. Yeah. All right. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, 3 points left. So yeah, just tick, tick, tick. Let's put everything back that we don't need right now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of this goes in. I am still not 100% certain how I'm going to use this venture. But I'm interested to see how it is overall. Shift and click on plus minus, it goes faster. Oh, cool. I did not know that. That's really, really good to know. Thanks. Yeah, so this cruiser is in a very strange position because I usually see missiles as kind of like a nice to have addition to a lot of ships, where I see the majority of their usefulness sits with their ballistic and energy weapons, whereas it's kind of the opposite layout for that, where missiles seem to be the main thought, and everything else comes as an afterthought. Right, 2 months to do anything. Can't raid against it because of the enemy fleet that literally just launched. That's a bit of a shame. Let's speak to people. No, nothing to go on here. Let's leave. They're going to leave us alone. They've seen us. Definitely coming at us. Right, this is big. They've got a Venture, a Modified Colossus. They've got a Smuggler, a Falcon. If I can get that Falcon, that would be really nice. So Falcon is what I consider a more useful cruiser size shape. Slightly fewer missiles, but still has missiles. More energy options. Let's see how this fight goes. Yeah, this is not going to be a free win. Let's put everything out there. So I'm going to have you defend me again. And leave everything else as it is. This is going to be painful. Mostly it's this that's going to be painful, I think. But hey, I learned from my mistake last time. I know roughly what to expect there. What I do is spot venting, but wasn't feeling quite safe there. Right, that's better. Want to get my flux down as soon as I'm able. There we go. Okay, let's get back over. Our cruiser is not gonna do too well just by itself. See if we can come over and help a bit. Wonder who my next target should be. I know, he's done a really, really good job just like sitting by himself. drop my shields, vent some flux. Get back into combat. Try and get some lateral pressure on this. Just really want to keep his angles split. Yeah, there we go. Nice overload. I actually turned my attention on this Colossus because its shields were down facing me and I thought I could very quickly take it out. Alright, need to vent. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shields back up. We're making this work. Definitely approaching kind of like the limits of our engagement time though. Sweet. Is that it? No, not quite. This guy. His venture. Come on, Wolf, stop running in front of my guns. They have to stop shooting, and that's not efficient. Cool. Oh, very pleased with that. So, we didn't actually take any hull damage throughout that. That is super, super awesome. So they've got this Buffalo Freighter and the Dram Tanker. I feel like I should pursue them because that might have something on it. Let's pursue. They're just going to flee. I will send my fast ships after them again. What speed is this? 90. 122. Do it that way. Yeah, it would be interesting if there was reputation like that. I don't think there is. But yeah, it would be super cool if, like, you just get well known for being someone who bites back. Like, I know it makes sense, but I always find it weird when people put guns on these non-combat ships. Like, by the time they get into combat, you have so obviously lost that it just feels like it's a waste of money to me. There we go. Nice. Only difficult recovery, and it's only a mule and a Cerberus, so we won't bother with that. Let's pick through the wreckage, take what we can. Graviton beam, nice. And then there is a Buffalo class freighter there, which we can salvage through. Looks like my officers are ready to level up as well. Yes, Buffalo didn't have anything on it. That's fine. And wreckage as well. Alright. See who we have. So Zion. Aggressive, close range, potentially ballistic person. Maybe strike commander. Or maybe missile specialization. No, not missile specialization. It's... Alright, not now. Hang on. I could get something like missile specialization on like another officer and then build a missile boat based officer, and that would be ridiculous. In a good way, obviously. I don't think it should be him. I think I'm going to have to hire someone specifically for that, so I will look to do that soonish. For you, Strike Commander, I think. Do you really like shield modulation, just as it's hard flux dissipation while shields are active? I think that's very, very useful. But yeah, I'm gonna listen to you, Necto, on this one and take the damage-based skill. You know, to mix things up a little amongst my officer pool. And then we've got phase close range energy person. We will get you target analysis, I think, or system expertise. I'll be honest, I don't know if phase ships have a cooldown. That's all right, Next. I am, you know, trying to learn about how all these different things work together anyway. So I'm not just sticking to what I know. Right, I'm gonna jump over to the wiki actually and look up phase ships. Actually, I think I can do it in the not now. Finish. I can do it in the codex. Ship systems. So phase skimmer. No, it's not that. Phase teleporter. It's not that. It's phase cloak. Replaces ship shields. Okay. And it doesn't have a cooldown. It's just like shields. So yeah, okay, so we're not doing it that, because it definitely doesn't affect what I would want it to. So I think target analysis is the most sensible out of these. Spaceships tend to be high-tech, so energy weapon based, not so much on the missiles. That's quite nice, 20% damage to destroyer size and larger, which is actually better than target analysis. Hang on a minute. Is that only from... Oh, fighters from piloted ship. Okay. Right. Cool. So I didn't read that properly when I put it on this person. So he's going to have to be a fighter-based thing. That's all. That just means I'll have to put him on like a Tempest or something that actually has a fighter bay, being aggressive. Once I get one. Target analysis then. So level up. Then I can't undo that. That's a real shame. I should move him onto a ship that actually has fighters in the meantime to make the most of it, even if it's something like this. The Shepherd. Yeah, let's do that now. So Zion can move over to the Shepherd. Finish. You don't have no Leopard with its Bora drones. I don't think anyone else except this has. Yeah, okay. So boot, Shepherd. You are now Zion. So you switch over. So you're now impact mitigation, gunnery implants, reliability, and that's still fine. You can get out of these. I guess shield modulation. You're not going to be a phase ship person. That's rubbish. You're not a missile boat person. That's not great. This is for fighters only. Yeah. Right. 5 is the maximum, so we need to pick what skill we want to make elite for these. Maybe phase mastery. Be very interesting. Impact mitigation is a great one to make elite. I did that over here. That's super interesting. Actually, if I can get a armor-based thing that has fighters, that would be cool. So, elite on that extends point defense weapons by 100, which is very interesting. That actually gives them a massive range comparatively, especially because like the full bonus for this is 600 range, and most point defense things are kind of like around 500 range. I think impact mitigation is probably the most useful one out of these. Sure, let's do that. Impact mitigation. I've got so many story points, I may as well spend some of them like this. I will do phase mastery here. Doesn't do anything at the moment, but it will do in the future. And then you will probably get impact mitigation as well, but we will see when it comes down to that. ISS Hector seems to be doing fine, to be honest. Cool. Took out the fleet nearby. We might be able to raid now. I do have some capacity in my inventory. Let's save. We'll move back over here. Yes, we can. Okay. 45% effectiveness. They are in supplies. Okay, we could bombard first, which would probably make this a bit easier. So the heavy batteries and the military base are both really helping their ground defenses. Let's see what we're looking at option wise here. We can get volatiles relatively easily. Get basically a full load of that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, but it depends on what I actually want to get out of this. Drugs would be quite good. We don't want moderate casualties though. Heavy batteries, they're worth a lot. Sorry, heavy armaments are worth a lot. Bombardment requires half of my fuel. I think that is okay. So, ground defenses can counter and bombardment, though in practice it only means that more fuel is required to achieve the same result. That's fair. All right, tactical bombardment will destabilize the colony and disrupt. It's because they've got both heavy batteries and a military base. They've got a lot of this is a military installation. They have a lot of defenses. Me, when I go all the way back and view the colony info, right? So it's this mostly and this. These two things together are making it way hard to do that, even with their supply shortage. This multiplies the ground defense strength by 2.2 by itself, and this by 1.1. So yeah, but I've got plenty of fuel. This isn't like a big deal for me. So it disrupts them both for a year. Sure. Launch bombardment. And then we can look at the raid. So now it's 69% effectiveness. We've got submarines. They are mostly regular. It's better than it was. Let's see what we can get now. So we can get drugs. Drugs good. We've got 400 or so space. Out of these, I would probably say let's go for volatiles. If I take it to that, then we don't waste any if we end up coming out top and it comes away with the best base value, I think. Raid heavy, but it's extreme losses. That's. Oh, you can get blueprints and weapons. I did not know that. Interesting. Because it doesn't tell you that anywhere. It just has, you know, heavy armaments. Well, now I see my Marines as entirely disposable in the pursuit of technology, which is probably not a great position to be in for a commander of a fleet. Okay. Yeah, well... Can you get ships as well, or is it just blueprints and weapons? I mean, I'm definitely going for this. Like, quantity is fine. Heavy losses, I'll just go buy more Marines. Yeah, let's get this underway. I'm not going to keep this secret. Just blueprints and weapons, okay. 72 out of the 230 that I had. That's pretty considerable, but let's see what we got. Just heavy armaments. That's a shame. Still, we can take those. They're illegal most places. Some places. Yeah, private use is banned on most worlds. But that's fine. That's disruptive for ages. We've still got some Marines. We can come back in a day. I don't think we can do it right now. Yeah, within a day or so. So, boom. Just blanket bombed it. So it's June 10th. Now June the 11th. Might be a bit too close. Yeah. Hang around till June 12th. And we can raid again. Almost as effective. They are more prepared. So their strength is actually better, but their stability is worse. Now, I don't want to, you know, raid them into oblivion. But let's see what we could potentially come away with. Another 60 units, maybe. Sure. Let's waste some more Marines, and then we'll go and sell these and restock. Cool. Lost 93. That's so many more. Let's see what we got, though. Just some more heavy armaments. Okay. We're down to 65 Marines. I think we're not going to be any like effective at any more raids after this point. Let's move back over to the Persian League side. And what am I going to do here? Industrial planning. I don't have any colonies yet, so that's not really worth it. I will take gunnery implants, I think, as a general portable skill. In energy weapons mastery is really, really cool if I knew that I was definitely going into energy. But I don't. So kind of lean towards that. Yeah. What do we have up here? Oh, that's those. Okay. So gunnery implants. Confirmed. I'll actually start doing story points to make some of these elite, which I may as well do. I've got 11. So confirm that up. Do that as well. I think that's all. Next level, I think I will go for electronic warfare. I like having ECM rating. It decreases the losing side's weapon range, and having better engagement parameters usually means victory in most combat situations, regardless of the game that you're playing. Fighter uplink would be interesting if I was going for a very, very, very fighter heavy crew, but I'm not. Not at the moment anyway. Then after that, probably go into flux regulation, and then I don't know. Special modifications is really interesting, but so is the possibility of redacted automated ships. Something for us to consider in the future anyway. Actually, do I have enough? Yeah, so I'll be able to get like all the way down there easily. Plenty of skill points by the time I get to that point. Right, setting a thing for Salamanca again. I'll turn on my transponder in a moment. Can I pull up the details on this? Yes, I can. Okay. Salamanca is one of the best places to sell these. Raid more? I don't really have the Marines for it. If I raid more, I'm going to lose all my Marines. I'd rather go get some more Marines and then come back. I don't want to raid the whole place so that it decivilizes. If you... Ooh. They just started another pirate bounty in this system. That's funny. Yeah, I have read that if you keep raiding a place, then it will decivilize and you will lose the ability to interact with it in the future. And that's not... I don't want to bomb them into the Stone Age quite. Not quite. Wow, there's a lot of pirate stuff going on around here. Let's salvage this quickly. Nope, that is super ruined. Then we've got like so much debris down here. Unlikely, we'll just leave that. Got maybe 2-3 ships on the way in. Colossus Mark III, that's a pirate freighter. It's actually not that damaged. I don't think I want it. Ground support package is interesting though. No, I still don't think I want it. So if it was just an actual Colossus rather than a pirate modified Colossus, I would probably consider it because their huge cargo capacity is very interesting. No, let's just take it for scrap. God, so many ruined ships. There's obviously been a kind of okay early game, but easy resources. Yeah, most large ships do, really. It's more for preparing to go out to the fringes to like salvage and scan for things. That's roughly what I'm thinking. It's getting me back some of that fuel that I spent. Make a good living like this. Alright, how's this one? It's okay. It's actually really quite reasonable. I think I will take that as an extra support ship. So yeah, let's recover it. Add it to our roster. No, I don't want to establish a colony there. Now, how can I find out if particular things are illegal to particular factions? That's something I don't know how to discover without actually docking somewhere. Because heavy armaments are banned on most worlds. This doesn't actually say whether or not something is illegal somewhere. It's fine. I'm still going to sell it. It's just I would rather save myself a lot of back and forth. Sure, let's get those ships repaired. Let's have a look. Oh, good. Not actually illegal here, so I can just... 300,000 credits. Very nice. Even with that large cost for the tariffs, which I'm quite happy to pay. I think I want to go buy myself a ship now. So we're going to mooch around. Oh yeah, and Marines, yes. Yeah, absolutely. We'll take all of their Marines, and we will go off to more Persian League places and buy more Marines. Sell all that. Okay, this one, I'm thinking like point defense ship, basically. Mostly because it's got maneuvering jets, and I see those as maneuverable assistance based things. But maybe I should be using it as a harassing type thing. Yeah, I need to go out and do a lot of surveying in order to obviously find a suitable place to set up a colony. I will need 1,000 crew excess. So I'm going to need like some more transport and fuel ships to get over there, and 100 heavy machinery, which is not a problem. I just need to, bear that in mind. I'm going to pull that up in a second. Let me... That's fine to start with. Blast doors. Reinforced bulkhead's good. Right. So, planets. Yeah, colonies is not something I've done before. So, pretty much what I would do is go planets and stations, not fully surveyed, and then go... Well, yeah, there's basically nothing here. Sort by class. All right, hang on. But all of these are in systems that are owned by people, aren't they? And that kind of puts a dampener on things. Doesn't that piss people off? Interesting. That's good to know. Well, all right. That's fair. I still, yeah, the planet has to be empty. Okay. So what I was thinking is eventually, no, wrong button. Is I would head out to kind of like around here, and round here, and like kind of on the fringes of the Persian League, and start scanning these areas. All right, not this one. It's Neutron Star. But start looking for places that are close but not awful distance wise. I haven't really gone further than considering that so far. I think I went to Gamma Elspeth actually, and there wasn't anything in there. Yeah. Where else have I been? You can have many colonies. Okay, that's good. There's a limit though, because you can only manage a couple yourselves, and then you've got to hire some administrators, and there's a limit to number of administrators. Yeah, that's fair. I would rather keep things in the same system if at all possible. Um, so X means that I've been there and have seen inside it slash explored it. So yeah, I went to Gamma Elspeth and I went to Epsilon Elspeth. Um, AI cores can manage as many colonies as you like. Okay, good to know. I thought even then there was a limit, but yeah, colonies are entirely new to me. The last time I played Star Sector was like version 0.7 or something, when they had just added market dynamics. So yeah, I want to head to Tile. I'll use Tile as my launching point and go off and scan these areas and then these areas and look for hopefully somewhere that's not too far away but can be my own. That's my aim there. Right, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and nip to the loo, get myself ready. Don't go anywhere. I shall be back hopefully not too long. Well, Nexo, if you're still here, thanks for dropping past. It's been lovely chatting with you. Uh, I am back, everyone else. Okay, right. So, yeah, the moment, obviously, I'm in EMA. I will start making my way over to like Mayasura, Thule, etc., going via the Persian League. Try and pick up a commission on the way past. Then see if we can start getting some more ships. Now, I'm sort of looking for, like I said, hammerheads and sunders. Still not sure about the venture. It's interesting. Like, it's nice having a cruiser, but yeah, not 100% certain I like it. That's mercantile convoy. That's fine. Let's just. I can keep engaging these pirates for the moment. That's fine. We want to keep boosting our rep. So yeah, let's go do some of this. Oh, by trade. Yeah, they're welcoming now. That's nice. Okay, so bounty hunter with allies, Sunder, Lasher, etc. There's us. Then we've got pirate raiders with allies. They've got shrikes. Let's join the battle. It looks like it's already very one-sided, but let's deploy everything. Plenty of supplies. I'm not going to tell anything to do anything. You're all free to do as you see fit. Make our way over there towards that shrike. Oh, one of our allies just got quite hurt. Well, good work, us. They look like they're pretty much in full retreat. Combat readiness on these, and hull integrity looks particularly low. There's an enemy. That's probably our closest enemy, although I don't think we're going to get up there. If I'd expect some of these enemy to retreat from combat. Well, before we get there anyway. Or just be totally destroyed by... There we are, some retreated. Well, no, we don't want that. What does it actually have on it? Nothing. Okay. We did technically get a bounty for that. Not a huge amount. 16% share based on damage dealt, yeah. Mule? No. Salvage up all of this. Oh, that Shrike, if it's not too damaged, would be nice. Actually not. It's not too bad. That's... Yeah. I'll take it. Don't mind if I do. We'll get that refitted. I think a support variant is what we'll be aiming for. So we'll slowly refine this over time. Expanded missile racks? No. I will want stabilized shields, probably. So we get stabilized shields on there. Efficiency overhaul would be nice. I need to be in dock for that. Why is its top speed down? I do not know. Is it just because it's part damaged at the moment? Might be. What else do I want? Probably just reinforced bulkheads, so let's take capacitors down a little. Reinforced bulkheads can go on there. It's too much. Flux dissipation, we don't need that much at the moment. Just even it up a smidgen. How's my shield coverage actually? It's 150. I think that's okay for the moment. That's fine to start with. Okay, yeah, that's, yeah, maneuverability minus 10%, etc. It is all just from the combat readiness. Well, there's a repair over time. Let's move it around in my fleet thing. So I said someone was close range energy. You? Yes. So I could put like that. This is kind of the perfect ship for him. So I'm going to move him over. That's going to be tier. This can tank by itself. That's fine. In fact, I can move you over. You're strike commander, so that's not perfect. But it probably still makes this more useful. Let's do that. So Zion, you're coming back over here. Hector, I still don't really know where that sits in my big picture. It's a beast of a thing, but mostly I like it because it's got its ridiculous massive hull integrity. And we'll repair it over time. So alright, that's going to take some supplies. That's okay, we can get more supplies from around here. Example, that right over here. Then up here, Gemini combat freighter. No, I think not. Just salvage it, get more use out of the supplies and things there. Oh, there's a dram as well. Possibly still one or two more bits to just salvage up. Then I want to start moving because the main thing I want to do at this stage is start getting more hull mods and things. All of my ships are moving quite slow, and I would like them to not. I like to keep a burn speed of 10 where it's all possible. So let's come over to the Tritachyons. They tend to be high tech. I may be able to pick up a few ships that I want from them on the way past, and then we will move on to Zagan. And then we'll come back via Mayrath. So actually, very first thing, let's pick up all of our stuff from this abandoned station because we want to take that with us. Is that just more ships to salvage? Might be. Yes, it is. More freebies. I suppose I could just sell the metal while I'm here as well. It's also entirely reasonable. Right, so get all this stuff back. Repair, we'll go to refit. We'll try and get this up to its support variant, as I mentioned. We'll allow it to buy ordnance from the market if necessary. How about from the black market? Well, that gets me some better lasers. Becomes long-range point defense lasers rather than just random things. Yeah, like a mining laser. Sure, this is slightly closer to my intention. Oh, it keeps changing that. Let's undo. Whoosh. So, takes more ordnance points. That's why it wants to change everything around. We can get rid of the flux distributor for the moment. What range do we have on these? Tactical laser is 1,000. Graviton beam is 1,000. Tactical laser is 1,000. This wants to put another tactical laser on the front and then just 2 point defense lasers at the back. Let's try and stick to that by hand. So we don't have an actual point defense laser, so mining laser could go on the back here. That's in my cargo hold. Let's do that. That is correct. We want an ion beam up front, really. Graviton beam is fine. Phase lance would be interesting. Bit close range. Let's not. So this ends up getting a longer range. Damage per second 50 versus 30. Yeah, it is slightly closer to what I want. So we'll switch that over. This is fine for point defense at the back. Yeah, I think that's close. Speed-wise, we're looking at 10. That's good. Put the vents up and capacitors up by 1. And I think that's a reasonable position to be in. You're good how you are. Nice. This was going to be an assault variant, which could change a little. What does that change? That goes from 1 light auto, 1 light mortar, 2 IR pulses, 2 Vulcans, to 1 IR pulse, 1 light dual autocannon. And 1 light autocannon. So that's how that changes. So this would become a light dual autocannon instead, which is fine. And this became a light autocannon instead. Or maybe things just moved around a little. No, that becomes a light autocannon. Oh, I've got a light autocannon. So what is the actual change? Light assault gun. That's the difference. That becomes this. I Good against armor. Let's leave this as it is for the moment. I think this is fine. We've got shields on one side. We've got armor and generic on the other. We've got fragmentation, point defense at the back. That's okay. This is fine as it is. This hasn't changed. My brawler and the other one, I should actually move this up. So they are near each other. There we are. So they're both going to be assault versions. Let's try and tweak that a little. Interesting. So resistant flux, reinforced bulkheads, flux and stabilized shield. Resistant flux for flux. So let's get rid of blast doors. Add stabilized shields. Then I'm looking at these going arbalest autocannons. Okay. I do the same over here. I can. I love how it actually looks totally more busted because it's got all of this shit going on it. And we've got Reaper class torpedoes. On this side is Hammer class. You know what? That difference is fine. There's not a huge amount to it. Okay, so that's all good. Okay, so the other thing that I really wanted to do over here was speed this up. It is a civilian grade hull, so I want to militarize its subsystems, which I have to do here in dock. That costs 15. I could build in this dedicated targeting core. That would save me 15. Expanded missile racks, probably the other thing that might be worth building in if I was going to do anything, just because it costs 20. It's very tempting. So in terms of weapon mounts, I've got the iron cannon and the flat cannons, and that's it. The rest is missiles. Let's do this and build it in, so I don't have to think about it anymore. That now speeds it up so that it's 8. The only way I'm going to go to 10 is with the drive augmentation, which I don't have access to at the moment. Can I see the actual range of these at the moment? Go back. That is 500. Still says 500, but I know it's 35% better, so it's going to be more like 700. Call it 650. So I do think that's worth it. This not a great option here. Mining laser might be. Phase lance is probably the best. Pulse laser is really what I want. Long range point defense laser is very possible. I like the ion cannon for its EMP shots. Let's leave it at this for the moment. We'll come back to it when we get over to Tritachyon's area. We have anything else that is civilian hull that's not been militarized? I think this was my only thing that was really slowing me down. fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think we're good at this point. Everything else is somewhat fast enough. So, crew under strength. That's because we just took on this and repaired it up. Let me grab some more crew. We need not that much more. Get, say, 200 more. Get 300 more. Because they are in excess at the moment. We can also sell that. And we've got all of this other stuff to take with us on our way over to Mayasura. Right. Opportunity. No, she needs a steady supply of things. I can't help with that. Oh, a mercenary officer. Reckless level 4. Long range, very long range. Sniping. Damage control. That's interesting. She doesn't really fit with anything that I am planning on doing, though. So, no. But good to know that she's here. All right, let's get ourselves moving over. We are heading first to Hybrasil. We will start with a military base, I think. And hope we don't run into any more distractions on the way. That's roughly what I'm thinking. So we want to pick up some more marines so that we can do some more raiding. Raiding seems to be a way OP way of getting cash, in all honesty. What do we jump to hyperspace? And we'll turn off our transponder if we're floating around in deep space too much. We're fine for the moment. We want to make sure we keep it on when we're around Tritachion's area, though, so... Please don't fly through the sun. Around the edge. Interesting sunspots on there. Okay, let's have a look at their ships first, because we've got a bit of cash, as I mentioned. So, Harbinger is a phase destroyer. That's interesting. Faceplate Quantum Disruptor to overload nearby enemy ships. Medium mounts, small universal. 0 on its sensor profile. That's cool. It does have structural damage. Its hull integrity and armor is not great for a destroyer. Very curious. There is a Tempest there, which I'm very interested in. Faulty power grid, which we can fix up. And might purchase that because they are very, very efficient. Yeah, roughly what I'm thinking is I want to keep one bigger ship, like the cruiser, the Venture that I've got. Then like get a couple of the next level down. So I don't know. I saw some Falcons and they were performing quite well against me. Then a couple of Hammerheads or Sunders. Then a mix of some fast frigates to act as point defense and interference. And then take all of that off exploring, surveying, etc., figuring out where I'm going to go. This seems like a good buy at the moment. Let's have a look at the black market. I could pick up another Hammerhead. I can also pick up an Omen. So I could pick up an Omen here, which I want, and also grab that Tempest, and the money offset should hopefully mask the fact that I bought an Omen. Yeah. let's do that. Yeah. So always sensible. Save periodically just in case you screw anything up. Right. So black market by the Omen. Suspicion level extreme. Yeah. And then the Tempest. Suspicion level down to medium. Cool. So that has offset it a lot. Now it's also taken about half my cash, which is understandable. I'm going to need some more crew and stuff, so we're going to be above board for all of this. We also want some more Marines, as I mentioned. So we'll get like another 150 Marines. Cool. And then I'll go through outfitting in a few minutes. Still medium. Like I said, we want more crew. Actually, we're fine with crew. We need only 592 skeleton crew, and I've got 827. So I think we're good on that side. Let's have a look at refitting and the fleet layout. So those are fine. Let's get the Omen and the Tempest brought up. Put them up here. Okay, who was close range energy? You, I think. Or are you long range energy? No, you are close range energy. Okay, so you're coming over to the Tempest. Because you're going to be nuts on that. So, there we go. This is effectively going to be your final ship. We don't need anyone on the Omen. They work just fine by themselves, I think. Let's try and get them fitted up sensibly, though. Cool, right. So, I get stabilized shields. I can. Doesn't put me in a better position, actually. 30 more venting versus 30 flux per second. Actually, no, I suppose that does. That does put me in a slightly better position. So we'll put that on. Go back. Have a look at this. 45 per second. It doesn't work quite as well over here. Or is that just faulty power grid, though? Probably. What I want is IR pulse lasers on this bad boy. Over here, it will be probably the Salamander is good. Another IR pulse laser would be nice. I don't have one. I could just get a pulse laser. Yes, actually, maybe that's better. Black market again, which isn't super cool. There are 3 available. Kind of like this as a look. And then I'm going to want pretty like extra flux distributor. Certainly on this, because I'm going to want a max vent. Probably max capacitance. This might change a little as I think about it. I wonder. So this increases it by 600 for 4. How much am I getting each one of those? 160. So that's 4 plus. That's 640. So it's it's not quite as good value. But I can do 3 and put this on. And that's okay for the moment. Okay. That's reasonable as a start. And then on the Omen, I think it's going to be mostly like sort of point defense laser type stuff. I really want it to basically just be a support craft. I don't actually have enough point defense lasers, and they don't have any for sale here, so we'll just go mining lasers. That's fine. And then over here, just a salamander. Just a support, but I mean, it could be like a Sabo. I do have one. Maybe I should have this be a hammer. Do I have a hammer? Yeah, I do. Or Reapers. Those are the three that I kind of like. Hammers, Reapers, and Salamanders. I don't usually go for other things like the Annihilators. Because if I do that, go for hammer class torpedoes, what I can do is put more capacitors on. Which at the moment, given its faulty power grid, is kind of not a terrible idea. Then over here, I kind of want to get reinforced bulkheads because I usually like that on a lot of things. Maybe I will... I don't really need more flux, to be honest. Weapon flux is nothing on this. It's entirely a defensive thing. Efficiency overhaul is kind of like cheap, and actually these... Why is this maintenance reduced? Oh, it's probably my fleet systems. Okay. Put reinforced bulkheads on because it's always useful. How's its top speed? 155. That's way faster than everything in my fleet, so that's okay. Hardened subsystems, maybe. Give it a bit of extra staying power. Shield arc is 360, so that's fine. Yeah, maybe I should give it auxiliary thrusters. Give it some additional spin. What's its firing arcs look like? Let's have a look. They're okay. They're not super amazing. It doesn't need a huge amount more, to be honest. Like, if those are the turret turns that it's got... What's the turn rate on this? Excellent. Okay, so we don't need to worry about it spinning to hit things. I mean, I could put surveying equipment on it. That feels kind of wasteful. Okay, let's give it resistant flux conduits. That's at least somewhat useful. And I don't know, if I had like more shield based stuff, that would probably be it. This is fine. This is fine to start with anyway. Ooh. All right, I'm happy with those two additions. How much does it cost to restore that? A lot. That's fine. Like I said, we'll heal that over time, so it's not the end of the world. I did want to have a look at there's some things. Things available, mod spec, nothing. There is nothing here. Okay, that's fine. Sell some of these excess bits that I've got. Like, definitely won't need 6 of those. That's probably fine. Hellbore cannon, I'm not going to use that. And have a look, see if there's anything else I wanted to buy. From here, possibly the Vigilance. But I do want some more frigate options. And in terms of refitting, I wanted to see if there was any more tactical lasers for here, actually. There is not. Okay. No, I think that's fine. Okay, where's the next place? Over here. Yoku Brez. And I think that's it here, isn't it? I mean, there's Don, the pirate place, but not planning on going there. Managing to keep my supply usage not too insane, which is good. Okay, what do they have available? I could buy a Shrike. I could buy a Sunder. It's quite tempting. So, yeah, it's very similar. The main difference is this drives itself forwards to get into close range and hence has lots of small energy mounts. Whereas this has large amounts and a pulse damage instead. So it's high energy focus, gives it... It's like the accelerated ammo feeder. That's the main difference. 2800, 4000, 250, 250. Yeah, this is definitely more glass cannon. Heron is very interesting. See, that feels like a better option than my current, where is it? This venture. It's very missile boat, whereas the other is fighters, and I think I generally prefer fighters. It's fine. I'll think about it probably in the next couple of days about how I might want to build this. For the moment, let's go to the general store. Nothing particularly interesting there. Okay, I think we're just moving on then. So if we're moving on to the Zagan system to join the Persian League. Let's have a quick chat with anyone here. Pirate person. No thanks. Another pirate person. No thanks. And a mission to find an AI core for the Independence. Sure, I'll do that, because they'll just add it to my map and I can go to it at some point and then decide what I want to do. That's not time limited. God, we are so slow. Very slow. Trisakian technically lights us now. 1 out of 100. I know it says neutral, but obviously that's positive. Yeah, I might have to kind of like loiter around the core world and hope to find the augmented drive field mod. Because that's... I want to build that into most of my big ships so that I can get my fast speeds. I don't like being slow. Okay, neutral world? Sure, we'll pop in here first. Nothing and nothing. Well, that was fast. We have a neutral Who has information on what? Domain era artifacts? Oh, interesting. Yeah, alright. I'll get that location of the blueprint. Nice, I guess. Let's have a quick look at their ship offerings as well. Ooh, they've got a busted up omen. Is very busted. And even more busted. Oh my god, is that 5D mods? That's... that's really bad. No, we're definitely not getting either of those. They are too broken for us. Black market side... no, let's not do any of that. Okay, so we are moving up to Mazalot. Actually, let's go to Yezod first because it's closer, and then we'll come over to Mazalot. Also, we can pull up our intel, whoosh, as we had. New fleet log. No. I might develop that contact in a minute. I'm going to flag that technology crate as important. Hit that up a little while ago. Where is this blueprint location that she just mentioned? Oh, there we are. Whoosh. Flag that as well. It's not close. It's also not in the right direction, so that's fine. But good to know. Oh, I have developed this contact. I make them priority, but Sindri and Dictat, I'm not that fussed about. Also quite happy to delete this contact. Because I'm not working for the pirates tool. Yeah, nothing else interesting going on over here. That's fine. Cool. Just made sure that we've, marked everything that we actually want to do and where we want to go. That is very far. Okay, if ever we're out in the entire other end of the system, sure, we'll go check that out. In the meantime, let's quickly move over to some of the Persian League places, see if they will accept our joining them. Station commanders? Yeah, cool. They will commission us. So what this does for us is it gives us a regular income, which is nice, based on the size of our fleet, I think, which should cover things like fuel and supplies. We also get a bounty on killing anyone that they are enemies with, and we get access to their military markets. Now, the downside is, anyone that they are hostile to is then hostile to us. Which at the moment is their hegemony, which is a big thing. The Pirate and the Luddic Path is going to be very interesting. Let's accept this. So, bang, hegemony now hates us. It's now down to -50. I don't think it can get better than that. So, yeah, interesting. We can't get those yet because we're not quite friendly with them, but we are not too far off. We are welcoming. I think it's just a little bit further, and we should get there. Still no other mod specs that we actually want from here. Have a look at their ships. We can also have a look at their military ships as well, which is nice. Another busted up Omen. Busted up Lasher. Look at the military side. Valkyrie troop transport. Interesting. So the reason that's interesting is that it comes with the ground support package hull mod. It's technically still a combat ship. It's got some ballistic hardpoints, it's got some energy hardpoints, and it's got an active flare launcher. It also has a working shield and it's a reasonable speed. For its size, it is not good. You could do much better if you want a natural combat thing. Oh, I want the Falcon. Oh, an Apogee. What's that? That is a high-tech science and military thing. I like the look of that. Large missile, large energy. Small missile, medium energy, small energy. That feels like a much better cruiser than the Venture that I've currently got. But 18 supplies per month, though. That's huge. Not fast either. Top speed is 60. Very efficient shield, though. Yeah, something to strongly consider. And in the meantime, there is still this Sunder available, which might be worthwhile. Also has large energy, which I keep forgetting. Yeah, maybe I'll get the Sunder. It's kind of like all my remaining cash. And where does that put me in terms of my fleet? Then I've got 2 destroyers, a light destroyer. I've got about 8 frigates and a cruiser. That's okay. Can I get another tactical laser here yet? Yes, they do have one available. Good. Alright, let's switch that over. Can I get a point defense laser here? Not really. Got long range point defense lasers. Interesting. So what I'm thinking is I'm sort of looking at these going, what could I put on my destroyer, the Sunder, if I was to buy it. I don't know how I would build them yet. That's the thing. Still want to swap these for point defense lasers, but they don't have any here. We'll come to that at some point. I kind of want this to be tactical lasers as well. I don't think they've got any. Not any extra ones. Okay. I will leave it here rather than buy it. I know that it is here. She needs 330 units of organics delivered to Mazalot for a reasonable amount. Okay. Let's decline that. See if I can buy 330 here. Yes, I can. Sure, I will take that commission. Can I buy them from the Persian military, actually? Or... no, they don't have any organics. Right, 330. I'll do stuff for... confirm. Right, mission accept. That's not here, is it? No, it's not. This is Yezod. So we've got to go to Mazalot itself, which I'm going to anyway. And then Com Directory, Mercenary Officer I wanted to speak to. Ooh, she's level 6. I mean, she's cautious, which I don't like, but she does have more skills than I could ever put on someone. The thing that she has that I wouldn't normally put is helmsmanship. Everything else looks good. Yeah, I'm going to go, no thanks. Let's leave and move over to Mazalot. Yeah, being hostile to the hegemony is going to be very interesting, I think. Let's save so I can't undo that decision. So I think next on my agenda is going to be, well, putting together a bit more of a fleet for starters. We want either like another destroyer or another couple of frigates. And then starting to move out to the fringes to survey places that we might want to put down routes. First of all, let's get this handed in. Here's 3 rays. Bit of the organics. Cool. Oh, almost friendly. Up by 2. No one else here, that's fine. Navark at a private table. Could sell us a champion class heavy cruiser, but this price is not correct. It's supposed to be 3 times that. I just do not know how to mod that, so I'll turn it down because it would be 180k and that's basically all my money. Have a look at what they have available. Ah, there you are. Yeah, it would be a special offer, so half price I think is what they offer. So yeah, 180k, that totally makes sense. Kind of want a salvage rig. So if I'm going out surveying, I'm likely to come across things that I will want to like old derelict stations, probes, etc. Things like that. That omen is tempting. I do want another omen. Starliner. Starliner would be really useful if I was going off right now to actually start a colony, but I'm not. So not super great right now. Let's have a look at the black market. Ooh, Fury. This is like a big scary version of a Shrike. Medium energy, medium synergy, medium missile, 6 small energy. It's got that plasma burn to move it forwards into combat. It doesn't have a way to retreat. That's the bad thing about it. Yeah. So if I did want anything, it would be an omen. And if I got an omen, do I have the ability to outfit it? Point defense lasers. That's what I'm after. Remember. So let's go to my refit screen. Find the omen. Oh, actually, I can buy some point defense lasers from the black market. So how does that compare? Let's hold control. So flux-wise, it's worse, obviously, because they are much better. Let's do that. Take this off. Take this off. I'm gonna go point defense laser on this side, and I will go 1, 2, 3. You'll just take off one of these, like accelerated shields. Probably don't need that, really. Also go 1 down on vents. There we are. So 2 point defense lasers, much nicer. I'm going to move off to confirm that. That's better. Is there anything else that I didn't get point defense lasers on this? Yeah. So we'll swap this over as well. Cool, that's much better. That feels way more useful. This I wanted to be, what, an ion beam? I suppose it's fine as a graviton beam for the moment, but... And then I was kind of thinking, if I was... I really like the idea of this being like a friend. So what I would love to do is put black on it. Not sure if I can do that. Like area of effect, point defense, basically. In fact, I don't think. Yeah, there's no way to filter this by point defense, which is a shame because that would be really, really useful. I don't think I've got any flat cannons at the moment anyway, spare. I've definitely got some somewhere. They're on this. Okay. Take that off for the moment. I'll come back. Can you fit that flat cannon anywhere? I don't think so. So I think this is entirely without possibility for me. I'll have a read through the wiki later and figure out what the best option for that is going to be as a supporting thing. For now. Go on, flat cannon. Where did you go? There you are. It's the area point defense that I really like. That's my whole purpose there. This range 500. Could switch it over. How does that actually compare? Damage per second is the same. The iron cannon does EMP damage. This has a better range. This would have a much better range. Flux per second is cheaper. That does hard flux. Then for comparison, this does way better damage per second, uses a lot more flux per second. Doesn't do EMP. But is more efficient flux-wise. It still does hard flux, which is good. Fires slightly faster, hence its damage per second being better. Lightning Blaster is a bit more ridiculous. Very slow to fire though. Let's leave it as is. In answer to my earlier question, if I was refitting the things, there are actually point defense lasers available, so I will buy that Omen. Whoosh. From the open market. Buy Omen. It's a little bit slow. It's a little bit weak. Just on the hull. Its armor is fine. Its shields are fine. That's the important thing. So I will pick it up. And we can try and fix it up over time. So let me drag it up to a useful position. Up here, kind of about there, I reckon. Then I will just work on refitting it the same as the Shido. So stabilized shield, reinforced bulkheads, resistant flux conduits. Stabilized shields. Bulkheads, resistant flux conduits. Point defense laser. Point defense laser. Salamander. Then the rest kind of goes into capacitors and vents. Is 10 and 6. I should probably have that the other way around, actually. Or at least, like, closer to this. You want to make sure that its capacity is enough that it can actually take a punch or two, but you want to make sure its venting is good that it can, you know, dissipate some of that. So there we are. I think that's good. The repair. How am I doing cash wise? 200k. That's okay. Where are we going to next? So this was good. We got the commission that we want. We're going down to Mayasura, pick up some of the random bits that we left behind, and then start working our way over towards what, Thule and things, I think. Western S Thule, yeah. And keep checking these markets. Really want that augmented drive field. Interesting. Smuggler with Marines on board. off to hyperspace. Indian Dictat, that's probably a smuggler. Right, delivering supplies, ship hulls, heavy machinery, and heavy armaments to Yezod. Well, didn't they just come out there? I guess they went through hyperspace because it's slightly faster navigation-wise. Amusing, but... Alright, Mayasura. Actually, I should make sure that I'm going to the correct part of Mayasura because we want to go to... where is it? There we are, the abandoned Astropolis. We may end up going in through the Mayasura jump point rather than the Fringe jump point. Yeah, there we are. Or the DT Gravity Well, indeed. Starting to see some really big fleets around. Pirate base. Save. Transponder off. I'll go dark as well because we can. In fact, well, oh gosh, it's in combat. That's fine. We're not gonna get involved in that. Oh, it's Tritachyon. Yeah, I should have my transponder on. Let's put it on now and pretend like that was never an issue. We don't want to get engaged in that whole thing. Who are they? Are they pirates? They might be. Here's all the crap that we left here before. I think there's actually some point defense lasers in there. Somewhat amusing after spending ages trying to find it. We could go to Port C. I also want to go to Mayarath quickly. No mods on the black market or on the open market. And ships to purchase. Not liking those. And I've got 2 omens already. I don't really need any more right now. So, pass on that. They want to sell me 30 supplies for 70 credits per unit. That's fine, actually, in all honesty. Then we've got someone that wants to send a butt ton of food over to Hegemony Place. Now, if you remember, they are now aggressive to us, so no thank you. Then over here, 1,000 units of ore that they want to sell for 5 credits per thing, but I've got to go pick it up. No thanks. Have a look at the mercenary officer, who is fine, actually. They are pretty good, except systems expertise. This would be okay. Steady is nice. Would be okay on a cruiser, but not worth my money to be so advanced and have a skill that I don't really want there. Oh, Tritachyon. Oh, cool. The ISS Starfarer just repaired the glitch sensor array. Nice, because we just moved into August. So that is... There we are, down here. Only 2 other mods left. Tell me it wasn't one of the better ones, but take what I can get. No hull mods. The note. Let's have a look at the ships. Fresh Strike. Ooh. Tempest. Tempest with compromised armor. I'm a little tempted by that because I really like Tempests. They cost a lot of maintenance per month. That's the main issue with them. But yeah, I'm going to buy that. 1D mod, not too bad. Now I'll have a look at the black market. There's an omen as well. I've got enough omens for now. Let's try and get this Tempest refitted up. I'll bring it up the list. Whoosh. So I want it to basically be similar to this one. So I will put this there and I'll bring this one over. So I'm kind of keeping the pattern there. So we've got Flux Distributor, Flux Coil Adjunct 10 and 10. And 10. Flux Distributor, Flux Coil Adjunct. Then here we were using just IR lasers, I think they were. Pulse lasers. Can I get pulse lasers? I can get some from the black market. In fact, it looks like there's quite a lot of nice laser types here that I should be considering. Then for 2, I could put like a Reaper class or a Hammer class. I think I'll go Hammer class because at least it's got 2 of them. That's fine. Right, so options up here. Ion Pulsar. Comes from the black market. Costs 2 more. It looks very nice. It's a bit short range. That's the main problem with it. Comparatively, I mean. I don't think I've got anything else that's that long range. So, and over here, long range point defense lasers are the option. No. No area of effect point defense options. Then on this, possibly tactical lasers if I can move it up. I want that to be the close support one. They do not have any. Okay. I think we're in an okay position. Again, get that repaired up. Double check my crew size. We are 827, we need 617, so we're good for that. Nice. Right, Lost Astropolis. Let's mosey up there. They're in combat at the moment, but I'm kind of curious if while that's going on, if we can raid them. Because that would be quite nice, if we can. They are doing a lot of fighting against the Tritachyon up here. We might be able to get some stuff out of these asteroid belts as well. Enforcer class destroyer. Let's have a quick look at that. It's a bit too busted. Yes, we can raid it. Okay. So we can join in the fight. I do not want to. That's my thought. So it's a mercenary patrol. They are horribly overwhelmed by the space station. It's been hurt a lot because of the amount of Tritachyon that's been coming at it, but space stations are big. What could we get? This is fine. Their ground defense is not great. They don't have any heavy stuff, but we could go ship equipment, LPCs, hull mods. I like that because ultimately that's kind of what we're trying to get here is like a bunch of tech. Oh, lost 37 Marines. And nothing particularly interesting. Let's leave. We can come back in a day, do it again. We'll salvage this in the meantime. Actually not taken any damage. That's super surprising. That's quite tempting then. I don't really need the excess fuel capacity, but it's, you know, it's fine. Sure, I'll recover it. Let's look at refitting it to make it like Spacey McSpaceface. God, I hate that name. Militarized subsystems, unstable injector, reinforced bulkheads. Can't militarize it outside of dock. But I can go unstable injector and reinforced bulkheads for the moment. The other thing is 5 and 10. Yeah, bit broken. That's fine. We also don't need that on it. It's going to be totally non-combat. Nice. Get that saved up. We'll go back in for another raid. And again, we'll do it in the spaceport. So we'll send all our Marines in. Lost 54 Marines this time. And again, just stuff that we've already got. Right. We'll leave. I'll come down here. I'll sell basically a bunch of these extra weapons that we just got. And then I'm probably going to finish up. We're sort of getting close to 4:30. We are slowly making our way across to the western fringes. Let's just repair. Just sell some of these excess because I really don't need. Pretty much anywhere near this. Go down to about 3 of each, I think. Oh, so many. What's that? Typhoon Reaper launcher. Nice. That sounds excessive. Also don't need that. Hellbore cannons, we're probably not going to use those ever. Got mining blasters. They're good, but I don't need so many of them. Don't really have anything to put them on. This, I think, is fine for now. So, cool. A little bit of cash from that raid. We'll get some more Marines to replenish the amount that we lost. So, if I go, got 46. Got at 50. That's fine. These should still keep some of their benefit. Some of them have seen combat. So, yeah, that will increase over time. Actually, I want to get it up to about 250. So, let's go 16 and more. There we are. Nice. Cool. Anyway, as I said, that's going to be the end of the stream now. Thanks very much for coming along, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed this. I'll be streaming again on Monday evening, where I'll be playing games with my brother and sometimes guests. We are currently playing Outriders, and we're very near the end, so we might finish that up, and then like it's into expeditions and stuff. But if you're enjoying the Star Sector, usually I stream this on Thursday evenings and Saturdays. Next week, I'm actually off work. There is the potential that there may be random streams throughout the week, but no promises on that. It will depend on what the weather's doing and how I feel as the week goes on. Till then, take it easy and have a fantastic weekend.